Good morning, afternoon, evening. Good time zone. Welcome to the stream. Today we are playing Undusted, Letters from the Past. It's I would say it's a popular game among the people who look at the genre, otherwise not as well known. You can think of it as like a story-driven game with levels where you clean objects. And from what I've heard, it has a lot of trauma to it. We're basically playing as a female character who is going through different objects and we learn more about them. Hi, hello Zeb. We love trauma games, exactly. So the thing with today, I woke up today feeling like I was in a very specific mood. You know that feeling where it's raining outside, you want to just cozy up in a blanket, sit by a campfire, maybe read something, drink some, like, hot chocolate, that type of feeling. Just relax. I woke up in one of those moods. I didn't feel like murdering something today. I didn't feel like running from a monster today, so we're here. Kinds of updates for this week. Tomorrow we're gonna be dragged to do something by Dima. Don't know what though. I would assume at the usual time of 4 p.m. PTD, 6 p.m. CST. We'll find out. Fair enough? Mm-hmm. I've been in the mood for like the cozy types of games. So stuff like Stardew, Minecraft, the autopilot ones where you're just chilling. We're just adding a tiny pinch of trauma into it. In terms of next week, we're going to be having a collab with a lot of people because we're doing a D&D campaign with Telag as our dungeon master. And it's gonna be me, Jemmy, Neko, and Dima as the party members, which is gonna go horribly probably, but that's gonna be on Monday at 12 p.m. PTD. I actually need to wake up at a normal time for once. Bygone the thought. My mouth tracking seems a bit off right now. Let me recalibrate that. There we go. Always is good, a bit of trauma so we can relate? Yes. Apparently this game won like the cozy, most relaxing game of the year, I think last year? They say as it has trauma in the lore, so we'll see about that. So yeah, Monday we're doing the D&D campaign. Tuesday we're continuing the Pokemon collab with Madara. Thursday or Friday we're going to be doing Nika, depending on if I'm being dragged into another thing on top of that. So far we have 2 collabs planned next week. It might be 3. Then we have to do Nika because of EH's event. So that's the plan for next week. The week after that should be a little bit more standard. It depends on how long the D&D campaign goes. We'll see. Never heard of this one? The game? And not a lot of people know of it. It's like one of those smaller indie games that if you enjoy those type of genres, then you'll like it. Otherwise, you've probably never heard of it. I don't know if it still feels a little... It's open a bit too much now. And BTube Studio work with me. Now it's not opening at all. Hello, introvert. Hello, Dima. Water the plant. I'm not a plant. You're already on it? What do you mean by that? I'm trying to calibrate my mouth with my camera. It's either too open or it doesn't open. VTube Studio, please work with me. We'll go with too open. At least you can see me yapping. Okay, let's jump into the game, see what this is about. You can see my mouse movements for once. Let's see here. Audio should be good. Done watering, back to work, yay. Good luck with your workies. Appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully your day isn't too stressful. Like a fish under the sea? You get a head pat. You mean out of the sea? Okay, before I start, why am I getting a Discord ping? Okay, so it's one of the model servers. Just going wow, wow, wow. I think the mouth tracking should be fine now. I think. V2 Studio's face tracking is very finicky depending on what level you set it at. So this is a game. It looks cozy, right? It looks comfy. Not at all ominous. I don't think there's any voice acting, so I get to read. Looks depressing. Hush. We're supposed to ignore the depressing notes. It's a happy, cozy game about cleaning. Do you not see the patch notes? It's an indie game. They're all depressing. We're trying to ignore that. When I think of my family home, the first things that come to mind are the glittering lake and the gently sloping hills. After walking through the bustling streets, over the hills and along the lakeside, my house and its bright red roof soon came into view. We already have depressing notes in the intro, god damn it. I would chat with Mom and Dad as we passed through the front gate together, and the big lemon tree in the yard would always greet us. For someone like me who lacked courage, maybe all I needed was an excuse. No matter how small, the letter from my aunt was enough. Okay, that's a start. What does the note say? Dear Adora. Okay, that's our name. Long time no see. How have you been? Are you doing all the things you've always wanted to? No? Question mark? It's been a while since I've heard from you. Come to think of it, the last time we saw each other was at Lily's funeral. Okay, we're starting with a funeral. I'm sorry to trouble you after all this time, but I can't find the necklace your mother gave me. I'm fairly certain that I left it at your house after one of my visits. I really thought I had lost it for good, you know. I know it's a bit of a hassle, but could you send it to me? It should be in the attic. That's where Lily and I spent most of our time together when I was over. Thank you. Love, your aunt. Was Lily their daughter? Because if that's so, that's unfortunate. It's been a long time since I last came back. I should tidy up the place. I suppose now's the right time. For the time being, it's the least I can do. The key. Ah, here it is. It's rusted all over. I'll have to clean it before I can use it. Okay. We look cute. That thing is rusted over, Jesus. Okay, use the mouse to zoom in and out. Hold right click and drag the mouse to rotate. Ooh. Oh, I like the graphics. Hold the mouse wheel. Okay. And drag it. Okay, we can move it around. Click the mouse wheel once to reset. Okay. That's simple. Select the tool on the left to clean the key. You got a toothbrush. So we press it. Those are nice controls. Simple. Intuitive. Okay. I like the graphics of this game. It's cute. So we're cleaning a key for our parents' house, I suppose. Sounds like we haven't been here for a while. So we moved out, and for not good reasons, probably. Because we haven't been here for a while. Ooh, ain't that kind of cool? Yeah, this is kind of cool. So we're cleaning objects throughout the house, I'm guessing. And we're gonna learn more about her family life. It's my assumption. I generally thought it was just a drawing. It's a very nice art style. Like, when you look at it like this, it looks flat, right? It's a very nice 3D art style. Okay, now the issue of can we find every nook and cranny to get the 100%? I'm not gonna use the help options. I'm gonna earn the 100. If I can find where I didn't clean. I think I cleaned all of the inside of the loop. We're using a measly toothbrush. Where the hell is the 0.05%? There we go. Memories beneath the dust. Okay. When was the last time this place was cleaned? There's so much dust I can barely breathe. It's been a while. I need to go to the attic and find that necklace. Huh? Why is it locked? Now that I think of it, I've hardly ever been into the attic. Mom was always the one in charge of it. Oh well, I need to clean the rest of the house anyway. The attic key should eventually turn up. Where should I even start? Okay, the house is a mess. We're looking for a key. The house key. It hasn't been used in a long time. Do you think our parents are still alive? Probably not. If this is their house, I would imagine they're not alive anymore. Because otherwise they would have sold it if they moved. After being neglected for so long, the house was so heavily laden with dust that I needed a mask to breathe normally. I opened the window and started clearing out some of the dust. When it was cleaning day, I used to be in charge of the floors. Mom took care of the furniture, and Dad handled the windows and any tall places that were out of reach. If I closed my eyes, I could almost hear it all again. The sounds of Mom wiping down the furniture and Dad's humming. While cleaning the living room, I found a dust-covered photo frame on a shelf. Housed inside was our was our first family photo. It'd be sad if that was our only photo. I'm making up lore. Okay, so this was our first one. So we get to see young Adora. Once upon a time. Oh, I like the interface. It's cute. So this is a small excuse. A special photo. Is this our dad? He'd be looking kinda good. When we went to take her first family photo, Dad had made a peculiar suggestion. While it wasn't unusual for him to say or do something quirky, none of us saw it coming. Why don't we all wear animal costumes? It'll be Adora's first ever family photo, so let's make it a special and unforgettable experience. Then her mom. He pleaded like a giddy child, arms firmly wrapped around a large costume. Mom let out a deep sigh. Here we go again. Okay, our dad's a fun guy. It was massive. The costume. He really loved his jokes and pranks. A complete 180 from Mom. Okay, they bounce each other out. That's too foreign. We have a sponge. This thing is caked in dust. It's supposed to be a wood frame. I like cleaning games like this. They are very relaxing. We just get to have a story on top of it. Which a lot of the indie cleaning games I've seen, they have some story, but it's like loosely tied to whatever you're doing. Or it's not the main front thing that you're focusing on. You're just focusing on cleaning most times than not. This one's story driven, so I like that. What did that say? Forever. Well, that didn't happen, did it? Make sure the front's all good. Let's uncover the picture. We never ended up wearing costumes like you had wanted to. We have a bunny. We have bunny ears because of our dad, though. I guess that was his consolation. He made it a little silly. Oh, we look so cute. We look like a happy family. Something changed between then and now. I'm mentally preparing for some type of traumatic event. Because the thing with these type of families, they look happy together. Either the dad died, so like the mom was going through things mentally and maybe took out on us, or they ended up separating for one reason or another. And a similar thing happened. Because it's always the happy person that meets an unfortunate end, and everyone else has to deal with it. That reminds you of those room cleaning games. Well, the in real life room is a complete mess. It's like, I'm too lazy to clean my own room, therefore I'm gonna play a game where I'm cleaning my room. I get to immerse myself and pretend like I'm cleaning my own room. Is it denial at that point? It's a form of coping, if anything. Yeah, we're not trying to rush through this, we're just enjoying our time here. Is the thing with room cleaning games, there's one game, Unpacking, which was big when it came out. I have not played it really. I kind of played it once, but it wasn't the whole way through. I want to play that on stream eventually. It's like you're moving to house and you're organizing the stuff you're moving with. Bunny ears. No help needed. Honey, don't you think there's a reason why people take more traditional photos? He has the ooh mouth. He has a 3 mouth. He has :3. Because they couldn't come up with anything creative. Are you serious? Can't we just take a normal picture? Yes, he's the strict mom, he's the fun dad. Just gonna remember the name Unpacking? Yeah. But, Adora, look at this. What a cute cat. Oh, so you're only trying to talk Adora into your plan now. Our very first family photo together. A seemingly ordinary picture with an amusing story behind it. You can't really tell their personalities just from the picture. Something horribly is gonna go wrong. And so ensued a battle between an unstoppable father and an immovable mother. As always, Mom won, leaving Dad with his shoulders hunched in defeat. While Mom was talking with the photographer, I snuck over to Dad and whispered, "Let's wear costumes next time." He only responded with a slight nod. When I looked at the photo afterward, I saw that he had given me bunny ears. Mom noticed shortly afterward and gave Dad a light rap on the head. But the sheer dad-like triumph on his face sent us all into a fit of laughter. That's cute. I like how it goes from the dirty one to the clean version. I like that. A fitting appearance. Does this cup have lore? When I was young, Mom often told me it was dangerous to go into the kitchen or attic alone. But the more someone told me not to do something, the more I wanted to do it. Isn't that how it usually works with everyone? One day when Mom and Dad were out, I excitedly went into the kitchen to examine the cupboard that was just barely within reach. Wee tiny. My heart was pounding as I opened the cupboard. There were many beautiful porcelain teacups, and I took one out. I took out the one I thought was prettiest, that's usually the most expensive. Aw, they got a functional, full of love family. You hate it. Seb. It's not gonna continue this way, I'm pretty sure. It's not gonna be functional for long. Suddenly the front door opened with a creak. Someone was back. Crash. There was the sound of porcelain breaking on the floor. The teacup had slipped out of my hands. The sharp sound of shattering porcelain froze me in place. I heard Mom urgently calling my name. Lulu. When she came into the kitchen and saw what had happened, her face froze. Is it the start of the downfall? This is probably like a precious item to her. Her face was so pale and stern. I had never seen her look like that before. Is this like a family heirloom? Oh, we can zoom in really close to that. Look at all that grime. The white porcelain with gold engravings always looks good though. Okay, let's start with the sponge, get the big surfaces. We'll do the crevices with the toothbrush. I think that's what they intend us to do. Oh, we see the crack marks. Did we try gluing it together again afterward? You can almost sniff the rust on that thing. Yep, that's a high quality rust right there. There's so much grime in this thing. How long has it been for the house to become this dirty? Jesus. Like, even if you leave objects out in the open for a very long time, they don't get caked in dust as much as this thing is. The rust, fair enough, but not the dust. Because this thing is porcelain, it shouldn't be rusted over. Unless it was in contact with something else that was super rusty. What's this symbol? It must have been some kind of meaning. Kinda looks like a... What did it look like? It kinda looks like one of those fancy writing pens. If you look at it like this. Otherwise, I have no idea what that is. Just scoop out all this dust. That should be good for the sponge. Switch to this. All of the cracks and the crevices in between. I don't know about other people, but for me, like cleaning in real life, doing like fine hand movements, it's relaxing for me. I like repetitive motions. I like when I can turn my brain off and go on autopilot mode. Repetitive motions lets me do that. It's probably connected to some type of mental thing, but I don't know which ones I have because I don't go to the hospital as nearly much as I should. So I don't know if you'll be sewing sweaters. I'm not that old. I do know how to sew though. Granny. Because the thing with my family, like when I was younger, we had a lot of sewing stuff. We had needles, yarns, we had the tomato thing you stick the needles into. We had a sewing kit. We had a giant ass sewing machine that was old as hell. We still have it. My mother would use it a lot for anything that needed sewing. And me, being a very bored child, would watch her do it. I had a phase when I was like between, I would say 10 to 14 years old, where I would just sew random things. So I would like steal the needles and the tomato thing, steal a bunch of yarn spools. And in our elementary school, we would have assignments where we drew things on paper and took them home to show our parents. So I would take those and use the sewing needle and put yarn around the drawing like outlines. I would outline it with yarn. in my bored childhood days. Actually, no questions so you get a slight idea of my age. What cartoon did I watch growing up? So when I grew up, at least the channels that we had back then, I ended up watching a lot of Cubo and whatever PBS Kids, I think. I watched a lot of Cubo and PBS Kids, and on those we had... The first one that comes to mind on Cubo is like Pekala, then Babar. There were a few others as well that I forget the name of. But those are the main two that I liked watching. Then on PBS Kids, Cyber Chase is the one that comes to mind. Crowd Brothers. And everything else was kind of like random attention grab slop to me. But I liked those four. Where the hell is the 0.3%? Then the third channel that we had that I watched when no one was looking was 4Kids. These at least were the original Yu-Gi-Oh! So season 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! I watched most of that on TV, as well as 5Ds and Zexal. For some reason, the in-between was missing, and I don't know why. What do you mean, damn? Then Pokemon, I actually ended up watching Pokemon on the VHS tapes. We had a giant collection of original Pokemon, like Season 1, Orange Islands. We had all of those on VHS tapes, so I'd watch it on that. Very old VHS player. Back when we had a TV that had, like, the rounded surface. Does that give you an idea of how old I am? I don't know where the last parts are. Oh, I see a speck. Speck is not big enough. You think it does? I am not ancient. There we go. Yeah, on the VHS tape, I would watch Pokemon, I watched Blue's Clues stuff, funny enough. I watched The Wiggles. Then a few other random things. I watched Rugrats on that. You also got a random screen TV. You can't say shit then. We look like we're in between elementary and middle school here. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break it. But we have the little colon 3 mouth. We're adorable. Adora, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. And I even broke one of the teacups. It's okay, Adora. Everything's okay as long as you aren't hurt. You look hurt inside, though. But because we didn't have much money back then, it was like 2010. Did we have the brand new TV still in 2010? Probably. Yeah, we did. I don't remember when we switched to like a bigger TV, but we had a rounded, like a giant rounded TV and a VHS player, like just in it. Funny enough, there's a rounded TV right next to me right now, because we had two of them. One giant one for the living room and a smaller one for whatever purpose. The smaller one's right next to me, actually. It makes me feel old whenever I stare at it. VHS, you remember using that? Yeah, my family, we have a giant cabinet with like 4 different sections. It's all filled with VHS. Like 3 of the sections are VHS, and the 4th section, half of it's VHS, half of it's Nintendo 64. It's the old cabinet. It's the ancient one. The porcelain teacup that is barely intact, one of Mom's most treasured possessions. After giving me a big hug, she started to carefully gather the shards of porcelain in silence. I still couldn't forget how she had looked at the broken teacup. The next day, I secretly retrieved the shards from the trash and clumsily glued everything back together. Then I returned the fragile teacup to its place in the cupboard, hoping that Mom would feel better after seeing it. Looks like we missed a piece of the handle. When Mom discovered the teacup later, she murmured, "This is a much more fitting appearance." I didn't understand why, but her smile looked bitter. So this thing has some bad history with her. Okay. It doesn't give her good memories. Maybe she wanted to throw it out. She just couldn't get herself to do it until then. Once upon a time, what glows in the dark? That's like writing ink. So that... yeah, that probably was a pen on the bottom. Mom loved writing with fountain pens, no matter how long the letter or document. Whenever I asked if it was tiring to write so much by hand, she would always say, "It's difficult, but it's worth it." Mom had a routine before writing. First, she would sit at her desk with perfect posture. Posture check, everyone. Mine is horrible. Then she'd neatly lay out a fresh sheet of paper. Look at her little mouth. Crooked. Yeah, we're all shrimping. Finally, she'd select one ink bottle from her collection and gracefully dip the nib of her exquisite fountain pen. I loved watching this process, so I used to quietly sit beside her whenever she took up her pen. That's cute. Our eyes are so empty, there's no thoughts behind this head. Watching her fill empty sheets of paper with her handwriting imparted a special feeling I couldn't experience anywhere else. So we had a good relationship with both parents, from what I can tell. Emphasis on had, for now. She had so many inkwells. Sometimes I'd spend half a day just looking at them all. I don't think she used this one very often. Does this also have history? She kind of looks like Dora the Explorer. Her name is Adora, so there might be some loose connection. Like an adult version? Mm-hmm. The hairstyle could be a reference. I can't tell if the family is like Asian or Hispanic. It might be a mix of the two. Because the dad definitely looked Asian. I'm not sure about the mom. Yeah, that's a mold right there. Computer just had a seizure? In what? How? Why? What happened? Yes? Okay. Understood. Huh. Blue ink. Blue ink stains everything. That way there's a warning there. That reminded me of something. So, back when I was taking college classes, blue ink specifically was used a lot in microbiology to stain things. Because a lot of small organisms, you need to stain them to properly see under the microscope. It just reminds me of that. So many people dyed their hands blue by accident because they didn't do it properly, or weren't wearing gloves or stuff. There was one person who was wearing gloves though, and their glove broke on a very specific finger. So that finger was just completely blue for like, I think, a few weeks. Because that shit doesn't come out. That thing will never get out of clothes, exactly. They always warned us to not wear white clothing on days we had to use blue ink. Like, if you're gonna stain something, bring the black clothing. Or something that you don't really care about. Oh, the ink's moving inside. Look at that. There's some physics in this thing. Nice. You think that thing paints cells? Mm-hmm. Yeah, methylene blue. One of the most stubborn liquids out there. Let's get the cork. And switch to the toothbrush if we need it. And the sponge is doing pretty well, actually. Maybe not for these crevices. Okay. It's a very pretty ink bottle. I like anything made out of glass. I like looking at them. Especially the things with glass engravings inside. A lot of people call them like 3D printed glass, but it doesn't look like that. Because for most people, when you think of 3D printing, you think of the filament type. But you can technically 3D print any material if you do it well. And if the machine is expensive enough. You love biology, sad that you have dumb brains. Hey, biology can be a hobby. That's how it is for me. It doesn't matter how dumb you are if it's a hobby. You can take it at your own pace. Look at that. That is true. Only in the darkest of nights can you discover the star hidden within. Louis. Or Lewis. Depending on which... Is this thing American or French? We'll go with Lewis. That's a quote from Mom's favorite writer. Why is it written on here? Because it's a limited edition ink. Dad and I were still university students, so it took him a lot of hard work to buy it. Oh, was it a dating gift? Was it an anniversary gift? That's cute. That's why you didn't use it much. Le fromage. But it looks new. Is it because you don't want to waste it? Adora, let me show you something. If you write with this ink and then turn off the lights... Can you see the words glowing? The darker the room is, the brighter the ink shines. Oh, that's a very fancy ink. Okay, we're gonna go with French. This is Louis now. This isn't Louis. This is French ink. Oh wow. To Adora, Lily, and Ash's beloved daughter. You need to eat a variety of foods to grow big and strong. Okay, Lily was definitely our cousin. And apparently she's dead. But I hate carrots. If you become brave enough to fish your carrots, I'll give you a fountain pen as a present. That's a good deal. It was. A special ink that glows in the dark. A quote from a famous writer is displayed on the label. Nice. I adored fountain pens, so it was an irresistible offer. Mom looked into my awestruck eyes and said, "Do you know why I love fountain pens? Because you can learn about someone through their handwriting." That is true. There's actually a few people who study handwriting to figure out someone's personality, and it's usually accurate. Even if I wrote something without much thought behind it, I learned more about myself after reading those words. She gently closed the inkwell. For some reason, after that day, I never saw her use a fountain pen again. Huh. That has a bit of a depressing note, okay. Yours is a mess? I've probably seen worse. The thing with handwriting, as someone who has helped teachers both in middle school, high school, and college, I've probably seen worse. That's also why I can read horrible handwriting now. Achieving happiness. Dad absolutely loved music. Whenever he could, he'd be humming or playing various instruments. He told me that he used to be in a children's choir, and that he had joined a band during his university days. Okay. Whenever he returned home from work, he'd sing a little song he composed, titled "Dad Loves Coming Home." He seems like a cheery person. Mom would always warn him about disturbing the neighbors, but she could never mask her smile. She's in love. Thanks to Dad, music enriched every dimension of our lives. Why am I getting death flags from him? Why am I... The first line always made me laugh. What was it again? You can't hold me back, I'm free. No one can ever stop me. Was that it? This thing has a plant growing out of it. That's not part of the thing, is it? What is this? I can't tell if this is a ceramic tortoise or... It has a breathing hole. It's just like a flute thing, one of those animal flutes. I actually have a turtle flute in the room I'm currently in. It was a present from my friends back in elementary. I don't talk to them anymore, though. The parents must be so dead. Wait, we don't know how long ago they died. I have a feeling that... Oh, the plant's gone. Whoops. I have a feeling that the dad died first from how this is going. Oh, it's making little notes. Oh, that's cute. It is like a musical turtle. That color looks kind of cursed. Look at the face. As dead as Concord. Like, save me. It looks like it's suffering. This thing is caked. It's not coming off. It's kind of like one of those ocarina turtles, almost. A very poor version of ocarina, but an ocarina nonetheless. I have an ocarina, like an actual Legend of Zelda one. I should try playing it again. There's a lot of instruments that I have that I don't play anymore. Because at least young Coco was forced to learn the piano, then after that went into flute and piccolo. I took Native American flute in college, then I have an ocarina just as a hobby. We have a few guitars as well. Tried learning guitar at one point, but they hurt my fingers. And they're supposed to, because you're supposed to gain calluses, at least on the hand that you use to hold down the strings. But they hurt a bit too much for me. My hands are sensitive. They're delicate. Same. I want to learn string instruments at some point because I've always been a woodwind person, if that wasn't obvious, outside the piano. Learning the violin specifically was something I wanted to do as a youngling. Eventually, maybe. The issue with violin, when you're learning it, you're gonna end up screeching a lot. You're gonna rip someone's ears, if not your own. Plus, I didn't have the coordination. I got confused with the strings. Yeah, that's an issue for a lot of people. You're not alone there. Like, eventually the goal is you practice enough until it becomes muscle memory, but obviously that takes a while. As is most instruments, you practice until it all becomes muscle memory. You really want to learn to play drums, though. Oh. Drums is also another thing that I'm interested in, because I watch a lot of YouTubers, funny enough, that do drum covers. 8-bit drummer especially. It always seems like a fun hobby to have, especially to relieve stress. Also, you get to work out your arms. The only issue is money. And the neighbor. Hey, one of those you can get rid of. Actually, both of them you can get rid of. One's just a bit harder to get rid of than the other. Okay, what spot did I miss? A tiny spot. It's a very nice color, though. It's like a sea turtle without the slimming flaps. This game surprisingly has a lot of achievements that are hidden, and I feel like not using the health feature throughout the whole thing is one of them, so I'm not gonna do that. Which means I'm gonna suffer trying to figure out where I didn't clean. We cleaned out its paws, alright. Maybe the holes? Yeah, the percentage went up. Okay, it's these holes. Maybe? No, now we're still missing a few. We'll get it eventually. Do you think they have drums in prison? Okay, there's no point in getting rid of your neighbors if you're gonna end up in prison. Like, you're getting rid of neighbors to play drums in your house, not in prison. Look, I just saw a speck of dust. Where are the last 0.07%? Wait, do you have to kiss the turtle every time you play that thing? Making out the turtle? Yes? Why do you think it's screaming? You have to kiss the turtle and fondle its shell and its belly. That's how it works. I don't know where the last .07 is. Surely it's not the crevices. I think I got all of those. I like how the music becomes quieter when this is playing. But where the hell is the last .07? Okay, apparently it was in the leg, I guess? I don't know where that was. Adora, I'm done. After my hit single Dad Loves Coming Home, my newest release is... Dad Loves the Weekend. Dad, you sure you're not a kid too? You got me. Since my secret's out, how about a song? Where did I put my ocarina? They do call it an ocarina. Dad, if you love music so much, why did you become an accountant? Music and accounting are completely different. That's a good question, Adora. You see, I love music, but it doesn't mean that I can't live without it. On the other hand, I get itchy if I don't work with numbers for even a single day. To achieve happiness, it's not about doing what you want, it's about doing what you can't live without. Now, is he telling the truth, or is that his excuse for why he became an accountant? When you find something like that, you'll understand exactly how I feel. A cute turtle-shaped ocarina. Dad often played his own songs on it. The real reason. Money. It looks so dorpy in this image. Dad then started to joyfully play his ocarina. His face was that of a man who had everything he needed to be happy. I suddenly grew curious and asked, "Then what can't you live without?" He replied, "Lily and Adora. That's why I'm the happiest man in the world." We keep mentioning Lily. He then declared that his next song would be named Dad is Super Duper Happy. Despite my laughter, I couldn't wait to hear the next release in his Dad series. I often found myself humming his songs, and his words stayed with me. But I also find something I couldn't live without. It always ends on a depressing note. Is that a piggy bank? No, that looks like a cat. That's a cat. A discreet apology. This looks like a cat. Kitty! One day on our way home, we came across a cute kitten crying by its lonesome. Are we adopting a stray? Meow. You get a head pat, demon. I couldn't bear to leave it there by itself, so I begged my parents to let me bring it back with us. Isn't that how it usually works? Unless, like, one of the parents really likes an animal, it's usually the kid who looks at the stray on the street is like, "This is mine now. This is coming home with us." Without hesitation, Dad started brainstorming ways to lure the kitten. Should we get some food as bait? How about foxtail grass? Maybe a cardboard box? Dad and I excitedly exchanged ideas, but after a few minutes, we realized that Mom had said a single word. Does she not like animals? Dad really had the heart of a child. Instead of stopping me, he joined right in. Cat. Wait, this thing's squishy. Is this a plushie? Wait, did Mom not let us get the cat? It said a discreet apology. Did she get us a chonk-ass plushie because she wouldn't let us keep it? Bruh. That's a vacuum. Shocking. Suck. Mom is a bitch. Hey, at least we got a chonk-ass cat plushie. Look at that face. Sucking the cat clean. Sook. Look at that face. Okay, its face is pristinely clean now. There's so much dust, Jesus. Sook. Probably gonna have to make 2 passes on everything. I don't think 1 pass is enough to get all the dirt. I've actually seen plushies get to this point. If someone like leaves them out and it's dusty as hell, maybe even get some dirt on it. A plushie can definitely get to this point. You're gonna need more than a vacuum for those, though. Unless this is some type of dry cleaning vacuum, you're gonna need more than a vacuum. Sook. I've seen almost its exact same plushie in Japanese, like, themed stores. Because at least where I am, we have a place called Wajimaya, and they sell a lot of stuff imported in from Japan, including like anime figures, tiny merchandise, etc. They have giant squishy plushies as well. I believe they had a cat just like this. Sook. Let's get his bum. I have a very concerning plushie collection. Ever since I was little, I always liked plushies. So I have a concerning amount of them. In terms of which ones I actually liked, were the ones I got from middle school and onwards. Everything else were kind of like hand-me-down plushies, but I still liked all of them. Suck that ass, cat ass clean. What do you think I'm doing? Plushies are wonderful, they really are. Like, not only are they collection stuff, depending on like what type of plushie they are, they're just nice to have, they're comforting. They're also very throwable. I like those super squishy ones like this thing. Just like me? Did you just call me squishy and throwable? Oi. Like, I'm not gonna deny that I've been called both of those by multiple people, but still. and its stomach. If only plushies could get cleaned this easily in real life. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? If a lot of things could be cleaned like this in real life. Now the question of, did I do this thoroughly enough? Yes, I did! It squeaks! It's a squeaky! I don't think we're ready to own a cat. We don't know how to properly care for one, and we don't have any cat food or supplies. How dare you, Mom? Oh man, if only plushies actually exist. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Seb? Then get them exactly. We seem to live in a decent house. We can probably afford them. How can we care for it if we can't fulfill its needs? But... wait a minute. Our mom's name is Lily? Oh, the funeral was for our mom. Oh. Yeah, that makes more sense. Lily, aren't you being a bit too serious? Of course, having a pet is a huge responsibility. And it seems like a good thing to force your kids to have a pet because it teaches them responsibility. Trial by error. Though they tend to feel more responsibility if the animal is bigger. If you give them something like a fish or a hamster, they're probably gonna die. Like the pet's gonna die, not the kid. Give them something like a dog or a cat, then they'll learn responsibility through that. Adora can learn how to be responsible by taking care of it, and we can buy whatever supplies we need. See, the dad gets it! What if its mother is still around? We might be taking a child from its parent. Are you speaking from trauma there, Mother? Are you speaking from experience? She could have been abandoned. That isn't something we know for sure. No means no, Adora. How dare you? The person that always refuses the most to have a pet is the one that ends loving the most. Exactly. Oh yeah, hamsters always die in horrible ways. As someone who has kept, how many hamsters have there been now? I need to be not the fair. And we're forgetting one. As someone who has kept 5 different hamsters, not all of them died to cancer or tumors. 2 of them actually died naturally in their sleep. But everyone else, yes. A striped cat plushie. It is soft and makes cute sounds when you squeeze it. Never heard of one that dies naturally? Hey, I managed to make it so 2 of them died naturally in their sleep. Were they in pain? Yes, but that's because of old age. They didn't have like a tumor coming out of their lower jaw, like one of them did. I was so upset that after we returned home, I slammed my door shut and refused to leave my room. Yeah, that's a reasonable response. That evening, Dad came over and gave me a stuffed animal. It was so soft, fluffy, and looked like the kid from before. It wasn't even the mom that gave us the plushie, it was the dad. Bruh. Wow. Okay. Oh, never mind. Okay. She just didn't have the heart to give it to us. Or is he just telling us that so we feel better? Because here's the thing. Never trust anyone. Mom bought this for you, but she didn't know how to give it to you. The softness of the plushie mollified the sadness in my heart. It's either one of two options. The mom actually bought it and felt too awkward to give it to us because she seems like the strict parent. Either that or the dad bought it and told us that just so we wouldn't have a bad relationship with our mom. It could go either way. A few days later, I saw the same kid at the same spot. This time, though, it was with another cat with a matching coat. Its mother. Mom was right. If I had taken the kid home, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Aw. You're the first one, then you get a head pat. Hey, I take care of my hamsters. Take both, exactly. Unforgettable moments. It's like a little snow globe. My hometown was always too warm for snow. If any snow did happen to fall, it would melt as soon as it touched the ground. Hey, that sounds like where I live. Unless it's super freezing for no reason. Things like snowball fights and snowmen only existed in TV shows and fiction. Some of my childhood wishes included leaving footprints in fresh white snow, making snow angels, building a huge snowman. That's like me for real, for real. You never seen snow? Like never at all. Make it one of your goals to travel somewhere to see snow. When we finally had time for a family trip, I begged to go somewhere with an abundance of snow. It doesn't snow over there? Well, go somewhere where it snows when you can. It's an experience to see snow. It's very cold, obviously, but it's an experience to see everything covered in snow. And that's how we ended up having a snowy vacation. Thanks to that, I got to check off a lot of things on my bucket list. I don't want to get rid of the flowers. Because I don't think the snow globe comes with the flowers. These things look like they're growing out of it. Oh, we have a rag now. Is this for the glass? The plant patterns actually look cool. I don't want to get rid of them. What about covered in Demon, that's a different activity. No, the flowers. No. I liked how it looked. You can be the same. Yeah, you can have a white Christmas in a different way. Yeah, the rag is definitely for this. You can get rid of most of it, though. Clean off the dirt and the dust, then polish it off. It's kind of funny in a way. This game kind of teaches you what to use to clean what. Because some people don't know that you have to handle glass in a different manner unless they're gonna scratch up all of it. I hear the blub blub sounds every time I turn this thing. I wonder what's in the snow globe. You can give me a white Christmas? Well, Christmas is as far as ways off, Dima. Let's do that. Get the crevices. Also, we're supposed to try to be wholesome today. We're doing a wholesome, depressing cleaning game. Merry Christmas, everyone. Yeah, it's Christmas now. This isn't the most gooner game, I would say. Yeah, wholesome. God damn it. This is like anti-gooner game. Alright, the bottom's all cleaned out now. Don't. I bonked myself for saying that. Is around White Day for some? Hello, that's true. Isn't White Day like a month after Valentine's in the parts of the world, so 2 days? So you said it? Hush. I didn't say anything. Any game is a gooner game if you try hard enough. I don't need to give this game gooner dialogue. It's supposed to be a cute, cozy cleaning game. Emphasis on supposed to be. Unless it turns out that we have a partner at some point in the story, then maybe I'll make it more sus. But for now, we're talking about our family and like the wholesome experiences, not the other type of wholesome. So what's in here? Oh, that's cute. How's that light still working after so many years? Oh god, I just heard the glass squeak noise. I hate it when... I hate when I hear that noise when I'm cleaning glass. It's like, eat. I hate that. My ears are sensitive. I don't like that noise. That should be good. There you go. Unforgettable moments. Yeah, the snow crunches when you step on it. And when you lie down, it's so soft and fluffy. Also cold. Really? Then I want to lie down too. Huh. You're right, Adora. It's really soft. Okay, there are certain types of snow that aren't soft. There are the types of snow where you jump into it, you will sink and you disappear. Those are fine. Then there are the type of snow where you jump into it and you break a bone. Because you end up colliding with a wall. I saw on TV that if you wave your arms and legs like this, you can make a huge snow angel. And how about we make some big snow angels to watch over our family? Okay. Marshmallows are ready. You two better eat first or you won't have enough energy to play. She's the one doing the cooking in the meantime. A snow globe we purchased on a family trip. It evokes many happy memories. It's good. Huh, the snow is really sticky. Dima, that is not snow. We made giant snow angels, built snowmen, and had an all-out snowball fight with no regard for how snow-crusted our clothes became. Why did you have to use the word crusted? After it grew dark, we gathered around the fireplace and drank sweet cocoa. As the comforting warmth of the fire lulled me to sleep, I could hear Dad humming and Mom turning the pages of her book. On our way home, we bought a snow globe to commemorate all the wonderful memories from our vacation. However, since some time ago, I had deliberately hid the snow globe out of sight. Those warm memories became a source of agony, as they reminded me of days I could never return to. Why do we always end with depression? We can't have a happy chapter. We can't have a happy cleaning thing. What I dreamed of. Okay, so chapter 1 was her, like, young childhood. Is this after she grew up a bit? I'm gonna imagine each chapter is like we're growing up a bit. When the snow is tightly packed due to the weight that you can make a shelter beneath it. Yeah, that's when you have pain. The clothes are crusted with some stuff now. Now. Because it's chapter 1. Guest becomes mom is dead. Anyway, off to the void for a bit, you lurky? Have fun in the voidies. Thank you for the lurkies. So it's right to be a bit nostalgic and depressed. The mom died recently, from what we can tell, because it was mentioned in the note. I'm guessing the dad died earlier than that, and that's what caused, like, a family dynamic shift. I'd hoped to find the attic key in the living room, but it didn't turn up. I decided to search my room next, and I'm getting watered? I doubt the attic key would be in our room. If the mom was the one who managed it the most, you would think it's in her room. But she's probably avoiding that room for a reason. It looked exactly as it did on the day I left home. Only the thick layer of dust on everything indicated any passage of time. My focus was drawn to my desk, where Dad's pocket watch lay. There used to be a time when its cog still turned and its soft ticking could still be heard. When Mom gave Dad this pocket watch, Dad was delighted with the engraved design, a lily, just like Mom's name. Wherever Dad went, so too did the pocket watch. Shortly after I started high school, the pocket watch fell silent for good. Is that when he died, or is that just when the watch died? Is that a bit of symbolism? A lot of dots. Dad, how are you doing? Are you still cracking jokes over there? I don't think I'm doing that well. He is definitely dead. We're talking to him through heaven. Okay. Is there a way to open this? Ooh. Ooh. Objects are dynamic. Which means there's more to clean. Wonderful. We can actually interact with them. Okay. Dead as Hightail? I haven't heard Hightail in a while. Venom? I guess the company? 19... Is that 9? No, 1419? God damn, this thing old. 1490. It's either that or it's 19... What number would that be? Nothing looks like a backwards C. That has to be 1419. 1913? Maybe. That's an interesting way to make a 3. Yeah, maybe 1913. It might be a 2. Anything that's not 14 something, that doesn't make sense. You're alive back then? No. I didn't exist back then. At least, not literally. Can confirm she was. Aren't you supposed to be in the void? She was. Oi. Oi. To be completely fair, like, lore-wise, Coco lore-wise, I don't know what year it is in my world. It's not Earth human years, that's for sure. I need to write my lore out a bit more later on. Because I have ideas. I just need to make them make sense and connect them together. Let's get the crevices out here. Hanging out with Charlie Chaplin, she met Adam. Okay, when I actually write out my lore properly, do you want me to put in me meeting Adam and Eve somehow? Just as like a funny thing? Because I could. Plant. That would actually be cool. Because I know how Adam and Eve goes. We can twist it a little bit to fit in with the lore. I can do that. Closest thing to a plant giant at the time would have been a snake, so maybe not. I mean, that's only in terms of what they meet themselves. Like, they don't know who's watching from the heavens. Because at least lore-wise, back when that would have happened was still back when, like, Coco as a character served the gods in heaven, otherwise known as Celestia. And the thing with dragon hybrids in general, with the Talon species, they can shapeshift to a degree. And I do have snake themes in my design, so it could be written in a way that makes sense. Because out of all the dragon species in mythology, Talon is the one that's closest to a snake. Because they don't have wings and they have a serpentine body. Does the thing count as glass? We can try to brag after this. Now you're fucking a plant snake? No, I'm not a snake. Like, I'm the ancestor of it, if that's what you want to consider. But we're not at the point of snake yet, we're still just a dragon. Like, maybe very far down the line it turns into Lamia, but not currently. Should be good for the outside. Still need to do the handle, I think. A dragon, plant, bottom snake? Okay, we don't need to add more words to the list. We don't need to make it more confusing. Seven, she convinced him to eat the apple. That would be very funny, and it is something I would do. Why am I getting degen put on me? I'm go telling Eve, you know what would be fucking funny? Break the only rule in paradise because it's fun! It would be mad funny. Yeah, honestly, I would do that. I would be the one whispering in their ears, like, just do it. You know you want to. This is very baked into the grooves. Can't tell if this handle is clean or not. I think it's just shaded in that way. Looks clean. What's the worst that could happen exactly? Give him the whole ass speech. I would need to research into that to put that into the lore. Okay. Demo humanity? Nah, you're tripping. Okay, every problem we have be originated and blamed on Coco. Okay, the whole blame Coco thing, nah, we're not giving an actual reason to do that. No, that would be pretty fucking funny. I'll think about a way to put it in a quote-unquote natural way. And you mean every problem can be blamed on me? If I do put that in the lore, yes, technically speaking, that is true. The thing with the lore ideas, a lot of them are after leaving Celestia that I know I want to write and put into the lore. So it would be in the plane where it's considered Earth and after that point, which is in the Abyss. But in terms of Celestia, there's a lot of things I need to research connected to heaven and gods and all that type of stuff, because that's the one type of mythology aside from Hindu and Muslim and those parts of the world that I don't know much about. Religious mythology I don't know much about, funny enough. It's more so Norse and Greek and everything else that I know. I know more about hell than heaven. Etched in heart. Oh. Use the hashtag blame Coco to rain scorn down upon her. No, we don't need to do that. Wait, does that mean that part of the Bible is ye old good talk? That's a funny way to put it, but yes. Religion got a lot of weird parts. Yeah, a lot of the people I know, or have known over time, were in some type of religion when they were younger, so I've heard a lot about it through them. Does that mean I remember jack shit? Hell no. Plus, it was different types of religion, so they're all kind of mixed together in my brain now. Is there, where did we miss? These groups, maybe? Can't tell if these look rusted or not. No, they definitely dirty. Of all the things I forgot to clean was the back. Now, where the hell is the last few percentages? A lot of people would be more interesting on reading the Bible if they were more focused on the epic parts instead of the boring stuff. The question is, what percentage of the Bible is interesting in that way, and what part is boring? It's not with these groups, is it? There are just randomly weird things in it, especially the Old Testament. I do not know enough about the Bible to know what that means. It's actually really interesting even if you don't believe 100% in it. For example, the actual line, they're actually lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emission was like that of horse. What the? Is that an actual quote in the Bible? What the? Yes? Who the hell wrote that in? Even though it's exactly. Ezekiel 23:12. How do you know that, Dima, offhand? How do you know that? Did you just memorize that one part because it's funny? There you go. You have a right to remain silent. Okay, here's the thing. Oh, it's older, Mom. For the people who actually read through the Bible for whatever reason, I feel like, especially with you, Dima, you know all the sus-ass lines or the funny thing, like off the top of your head, based off of what you just said. It's all known because of how it just stuck out. It's a line. So not only did they have multiple lovers, they had like smaller horse cocks. And apparently the emission equal to horses. Wonderful. Adora, how many times have I told you not to call the office directly? Hell, we're a teenager now. Also like the time a bear killed 42 kids because they laughed at a prophet. They called him bald. But all the evil people are bald. Cause there's... Bruh, Diva. Cause there's no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock. They just casted a fucking bear. Yeah, that sounds right. Also 2320, what's that? What code is in that? You're usually back by now. I couldn't get in touch with you. Okay, so we were worried about Mom and she's scolding us. We were just checking in on you, Mom. How dare you scold us? Oh, I'm sorry. I got caught up in work and completely lost track of time. I'll make sure to check my phone more often from now on. But please, text instead of call. Alright. Oh yeah, Mom. I was cleaning my room earlier and I found the cassette player Dad gave me. I'm sorry, Adora, but I still have a lot of work to do. Don't wait for me. And make sure you don't go to bed too late. Okay, the dad is definitely dead by now. Either that or he left. Mom, wait, we have a very strained relationship, don't we? A broken pocket watch. Its time remains eternally frozen. Just like my family's. Okay, so the dad died in between when we were in elementary and probably high school. Wonderful. We love trauma. Okay, the dad died. Reminder that one of the prophets spoke to God through a burning bush? That kind of just makes it sound like the prophet talked to God through smoking weed. Which, I guess if you're high enough, you can communicate with any deity. I desperately needed Mom, but she threw herself into work as if she wanted to forget Dad. And maybe all of us. Days passed, and we barely spoke to or even saw each other. I keep telling myself that I had to try to understand her, that she was raising me all by herself now. But my grief and sorrow grew nearly unbearable as they rendered my nights sleepless. Things would have been much easier if I had just blamed her. They're both dealing with their grief in different ways. One person is shutting everything out and trying to ignore all of it to cope. Adora just wants her mom to comfort her, which is completely normal for anyone. Yet, whenever I saw Mom so exhausted and fatigued, sadness came before anger. I hated her for leaving me alone, but at the same time, it pained me to see her eroding away. As much as I longed for her comfort, I wanted to comfort her, too. She's surprisingly mature for that age, after losing a parent. But I found it in the darkness. What is this little doodad? There was an even weirder one with Moises, but I don't know how to say it in English, whatever you're gonna use a Google Translator. Okay. In one chapter, God tries to kill Moses. Suddenly, during the night, Zipporah reacts immediately. She takes a sharp stone, so flint. She circumcises her son with it. Then she touches Moses' feet with the foreskin and says, "Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me." After that, God stops trying to kill him. Zipporah was his wife. The wife circumcised their son and used the what the fuck? Seems about right. What is happening in the Bible? Old Testament was weird. The hell is happening in religion? With stone, that is painful. Was that like the first quote unquote reference of circumcision? What the hell? Look, okay, I'm listening. What? People who complain about sex in school books have not read the Bible? Apparently not. When I couldn't stand the silence in the house, I would listen to Dad's tapes. Listening to those songs made it feel like he was right there beside me. Well, that's depressing as shit. One day I heard a composer tell a story on a radio show. When I was a kid, my father used to hum songs he had wrote himself, so I became interested in music. I hardly saw him after my parents divorced, but whenever I sang his songs, I felt like I was back in those happy childhood days. Okay, so that's the radio story that she heard. That's how I started composing. For me, it's a way of bringing comfort not only to me, but to others in similar circumstances. I could see myself in his story, and his song resonated with me. Naturally, I admired him. Finally, I understood what Dad had meant. I wanted to tell him that I found something I couldn't live without doing. I found a part-time job and started saving money for composing tools. I was just following her father's footsteps. I don't think her mom would like that. I get the feeling this is gonna make more issues. When Mom asked about it, I thought she was finally taking some interest in my life. Oh no. She wasn't very supportive, was she? This ain't dirty. I think it still works. Should I turn it on now? Oh, is this also intractable? I'm guessing all the things from here on are interactable in some way or another. Clean the surface before messing with it. Okay, so the thing about the people who complain about sex in school books, that just kickstarted my brain into a different topic. The parents who try to shelter their kid from everything related to quote-unquote adult topics, there's a limit to how much you should try protecting a kid from information like that. Because obviously there is an age that's way too young to learn about that type of stuff. Like, I'm not gonna deny that because, I'm one of the children who learned way too early. Like, admittedly. I see how it affected my brain. I know I'm damaged now. But the question is, what age is appropriate? And that's different per generation at this point, because of the access to internet and everything else. Sexual education is necessary, yes, but the question is, at what age do you bring it up? Because at least for my perspective, if you are old enough to understand words, if you're old enough to hold a conversation, I feel like slowly bringing it up in kid-friendly terms at first, and like slowly explaining more over time, is a good idea, instead of just ignoring it in general or blast burning your kid with a bunch of terms. Because if you make it normal to talk about those type of things, at least it won't feel awkward to bring it up later. Because there are the parents who talk about, like, the stork and everything else, birds and bees. Like, bringing that up at an early age is probably a good idea than later on explaining what that actually means. Like, changing your explanation based on what age your kid is, I feel like that's the best way to go about it, instead of one extreme or the other. You think you had it at 13, 14 in school. Like, every parent should have the talk at some point, not even just the sexual ed talk. I'm talking about, like, relationships and love and everything else. Because so many parents forget about doing that, including mine. Like, if you learn it from school, the thing with learning it from school, it's so random what type of talk you're gonna get, because every school is different. Like, how detailed it's gonna be, how helpful it's gonna be for that person. Most of the time it isn't. I'm not sure if it has gotten better over the years, but at least when I had it, it was very bare bones. Whoop. I think when I had it in school, it was in either 4th or 5th grade. elementary school. And the only thing they really covered is, for some reason, how to use a condom was the first thing we learned. They showed a video of a woman putting on a banana. Then the second thing is learning about how periods work for females. But the funny part about that is I already had my first period by then, so that information was completely useless. I was one of the people who had it early, like a year before, so by the point they taught that, I was just staring at the screen like, this is a bit late now. Hey, so you're born after you bruised your mother so hard at night that neither of us could walk the next day. Okay, maybe not mention it like that unless they're like a teenager or something. I feel like having sexual jokes in the house, while the kid will cringe, it invites a better environment to talk about those things. Like, be cringe to your kid. It'll make them feel like they can say other shit in return. I cleaned the button. Where's the last 0.05? I mean, you also got the talk before the school thing. Well, at least there's that. I don't really want to think of my parents making me cute. Yeah. It also depends on what type of, like, family culture you have. And how comfortable y'all are talking to each other about them. At least for my family, we're very open about that type of shit. Just, at least for my parents, they kind of forgot to give the talk until after the point, every single time. It wasn't actively on their brain. They thought we were innocent beings. Oh, hell no, we weren't. It's at least my mother's reaction every single time I mention a topic like that. It's like, I didn't think you'd think of that this early. Every single time. It's like a shock to her every time I brought something up. Show them the tape? I don't know about that one. Mom, you're late again. You must be exhausted. Yes, a little. How was your day? Adora, what are all those things? Oh, these? A MIDI controller. A microphone, they're tools for composing. That's a MIDI! Mm-hmm. By composing, do you mean composing music? She doesn't look happy. Uh-huh. I started making songs little by little, and I got a part-time job to buy these tools myself. Adora looks exactly like her dad in this image. In her teenage years. Wait, Adora, a part-time job. You started working just for a hobby. Adora, you need to be studying hard for your future right now. Don't waste your time on things like that, and quit your part-time job too. Nothing's wrong with a part-time job, ma'am. It's actually a good thing to have experience early on. A red MIDI controller. The first piece of music equipment I ever bought with my own money. I wanted to tell her that it wasn't just a hobby, that I was serious, but before I could say anything, Mom said she was tired and headed towards her room. My words were met with the sound of her door closing shut. I was left alone in an all too familiar silence. I was angry at Mom for not listening to my words, but I kept trying to understand her. I thought she might change her mind if I showed her how serious I was. Much like how music had comforted me, I wanted Mom to feel comforted too. and if possible, with a song of my own creation. She's just like her dad. Here's the thing with those things. When you have a relationship with anyone, family or other, it doesn't work if it's one-sided. It's very much one-sided right now. She's the only one trying to understand her mom. Her mom is not trying to understand her. You wish you could have gotten a part-time job? You get a head pat, Seb. Also, if you haven't noticed, your daughter got a job and she already got her first pay. You're not paying too much attention to her. Exactly. Like, we know she's actively trying to block everything out, but that's a bit much. Like, she's still your family. Even if the dad's gone, she still has family to take care of. Just because she's a teenager doesn't mean you can do all hands off. After that day, I spent every spare moment composing. Not only was it my first song, but it was a song for Mom. At least, the thing with teenagers, it's the age where you do not want to be parented by your parents. You don't want to be told to do things. You want to do things yourself. It's your rebel age. But even then, like, a parent showing care and dealing through those years leaves a bigger impression than most think. It's better than the kid growing up and feeling like their parent was never there for them. When I felt that I had poured enough of my heart into it, I recorded my song onto a cassette tape. I fervently hoped that it would bring her some comfort, even if I couldn't fully convince her, if I could at least help her feel a little bit better. Adora Volume 1. When Mom came back home, exhausted as usual, I nervously handed her the tape. She didn't listen to it, did she? I thought if Mom listened to it, she would understand how serious I was. The thing with Adora now, the current version of her, she lost that ooh smile. She lost it. She's frowning all the time now. Mom, this is your fault. How dare you? And I got rid of the flowers again. No. Not the flowers. Oh, that one just... I killed that one. That one just fell. What environment were these put in for all this shit to grow out of it? I don't think leaves normally grow on cassette tape players. So that's why Dora the Explorer sings in every episode. Maybe. I didn't watch Dora the Explorer enough to know. Does her parents ever show up in the show? I know her cousin does, but... do her parents? Can you see a flower? If you see it, scream flower. Let's clean the outside. The inside has a bit of growth too. I actually don't know. I think they're mentioned. They're mentioned but never shown, probably. That just reminds me of the episode rating image for Dora the Explorer. Didn't they have like one very good episode? What happened in that one? Why is that one the outlier? Start the grooves. I know this is supposed to be rain in the background, but I don't know why my brain is seeing them as something else. I think it's because of the movement and how they're going down the glass. They kind of remind me of tadpoles. If you thought I was mentioning something else, you're the horny one. I'm looking at you, Dima. I did not think of the other thing. I thought they looked alive. You're horny either way, bonk? Why am I getting the bonk? I'm being non-horny for once. I know how long that's gonna last, but I'm not being horny that much. For now? Yes, for now. Okay, that's the sides. Let's do the front. Yeah, the front is good scrub. My level of horny changes depending on what's happening in front of me. And I don't think cleaning a cassette player is gonna up the horny. It just say beep. Beep beep. The only thing this game is doing, honestly, is making me feel old. It's reminding me a lot of things back in the past, because I also had a cassette player like this. We had a very old movie camera. Coco is old. I mean, to the newer generations, I suppose, so. I'm not that old, though. My family had a very old movie camera that they would record stuff on. And back when we lived in a different place, when my brother was super young, and I was just a baby, they recorded a few things there that I don't remember anything of. It's not good memories for them. From what I can tell, they avoid looking at them, but for me it's interesting because I've never seen that side of them before. But the thing with that, with what I noticed, after we moved, they stopped taking videos with that movie camera. And you know it's old because it used cassette tape. But yeah, after that point they stopped using it. So there aren't any footage left of me after growing up, but there is footage of younger family, at least, that I can look back on. I think after we moved in general, they just altogether stopped taking footage in general, so there aren't any pictures of me when I was younger. There's the baby pictures of when we lived in the other house, but nothing else for me. Any pictures that they took of me after that point was either because of some type of school event or related. She's pretty old, chat. Looks amazing for her age, though. I don't know how to feel about that statement. I'm not that old. I think after I got my first phone, when I was in middle school, it was the first year I went to middle school. Because they didn't want to give me a phone before that point. Because we're one of the families, at least my parents are, that think giving a phone to a child or a device to a child is a bad idea. If the new generation says anything about that. I got my first phone in middle school, and it kind of became my job to take pictures of everything whenever we went anywhere. Because no one else wanted to. They weren't used to doing it. Please, 100+ chat. Like wine. Exactly. What are y'all thinking of? I'm not old. I'm not a granny. Besides... Does that move anything else? I think so. She's a cougar? No, I'm not. Just because this house has VHS tapes, cassette tapes, and floppy disks doesn't mean I'm a cougar. Now these buttons have grime on them. That makes sense. I was wondering what we were missing. Gotta get every single crevice. This is like cleaning a keyboard tell. There we go. Melody of Comfort. You composed this yourself. Yeah, the melody came to me first, so I started with that. I'm still working on the lyrics. Oh, and there's another one I'm preparing for a competition. The theme is... Hold up, Adora. Didn't I tell you last time? You need to focus on your studies. Mom, I know it might seem like only a hobby right now. But please, can you at least try listening? Adora, you ever hear what you're saying? Or do you even hear what you're saying? How can you waste your time on this instead of studying for your future? I'm tired, so let's talk another time. Another time? When's that gonna be? When you quit your job? As if that'll happen. Adora, I'm saying this for your sake. I'm serious about becoming a composer. I want to make it so you don't have to worry about money anymore. And people said I'm pretty talented, so... Adora, I said no. Don't even think about it. Right now, you may feel like you're special. That's not a good thing to say. Talented. There's no word more meaningless. She has her own experience with hearing that, doesn't she? Don't get carried away because of a mere compliment. Praise proves absolutely nothing. Okay, goddamn. It's still nice to hear, ma'am. Jesus. Fuck studies, Mom. I want to be a streamer. That gets it. You know, the parents just facepalm in resignation because it's like, well, my kid's a failure. Dad's cassette player. Despite how old it is, he can still play tapes. Oh, this is also our dad's. Why was she so angry? Was she more tired than usual? Even now, I still don't know why Mom reacted so explosively. I never expected her to yell at me like that. Her fury left me speechless. Okay, she made 2 mistakes. Saying that this is for your sake. And just disregarding praising someone for the hard work they do. Yeah, no. Don't do that. She probably has her own trauma that activated it, though. While I was done, she tore the tape from my hands and threw it into the trash. But without so much as a backwards glance, she said, "Stop wasting your time on worthless things like this." Okay, the outburst is one thing. Don't throw her tape away! What she threw away wasn't only a cassette tape. Therein was the piece of my heart that held my drive to comfort Mom, despite the loneliness after Dad's passing. Even if hating her was the easier path, I didn't give up trying to understand her. But at that moment, my heart was equated to trash. I felt something disappear from inside me. Her smile's gone. After Mom's rage cold and silence fell once again, I finally gave up trying to understand her. Oh, there's the rift. She lost her :3 mouth. The right to hurt. This isn't going in a good direction. We're gonna have a toxic family now, aren't we? The music box was the last present I ever received from Dad. Whenever I felt lonely, I would wind it up and talk to him as if he were right beside me. Dad, if you were still here, you would have supported me, right? Mom doesn't understand what it's like to have a dream, to have something you can't live without. All she wants to do is to fit into the mold. That's probably the only kind of life she knows. There's probably a reason for that, though. I cried for a long time, pouring out my anguish. Listening to the music box play, I felt like Dad was sitting right next to me. Oh, the hand. Well, here comes the depression. Now this is intricate. After that day, I stopped waiting for Mom. I didn't even want her to talk to me anymore. I had nothing to say to her. The hell's this? A cleaning gun? Follow your dreams. Even if it feels like a mistake to follow your dreams, at least it can say you tried. But realistic ones. Yeah, it has to be somewhat realistic. Even if it's hard to get to, like if it's challenging, make sure it's realistic, because otherwise you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. You need to know your own limits. But at least for Adora, it seemed very realistic to want to do music. She just didn't have a support system. Also know when to quit. Yeah. Being too stubborn with those type of things is usually not a good thing. Like when you're sacrificing too much and it's not worth it. When you're sacrificing your own happiness or something else that's important to you, like family, then maybe question yourself what is worth it in your life. The thing that you're striving to do in spite of everything, or the things that you value. Is the thing that you're doing making you happy? Is it something that you can continue doing even after losing the things that you're sacrificing? Which is funny, because those are the main things you should question when choosing what type of career you want to go to, what type of hobbies you want to do, which direction you want to take your life. Adora is yeah, she could have made it, honestly. Even if she wasn't a famous composer, if she went that path, she'd still enjoy what she's doing, at least. And she could be like her dad. She can do music as a hobby later on if she finds out she's not getting enough money. I'll just call her Dora instead of Adora. Fair enough. It's just one extra letter. You would think people nicknamed her Dora when she was growing up. It's the thing with Adora, it's like going off of a door, but it also kind of sounds like door. You're talking to a door. Really is a big difference between the older generation and the newer generation in terms of what they want to do with their life. Because the older generation really is just about survival and making enough money to even have a roof over your head to support the ones that you love. The new generation has more of an issue of what the hell do you want to do with your life at this point? If you don't have any, like, financial issues or family issues. A career and a job became more of a hobby than a necessity for a lot of people. Which is a good and bad thing. It gives more freedom, but at the same time, it gives a lot more room to make mistakes. Making mistakes is part of life, though. That's how you learn. A person should be afraid of making mistakes. I also remember a speech a music teacher told you about how his dream was to go to the best music college in the country and play with his idol. At the end, he did, but after he fell on the biggest depression of his life because he felt like he lost his purpose. Yeah, that's also a thing that happens. At the end, he found a new purpose teaching. You're the only one paying attention to him. The thing with that, when you make your life purpose into something that is achievable, you have to make sure you have more than one purpose, because stuff like that happens. Like, let's say you make your goal something that seems unreasonable at the time. And that's why you make it your goal, because it's something you really want to do, but it's also something that's going to take a really long time, or it's a thing that doesn't seem that possible. That's why you call it a dream. But the moment you achieve it, the question becomes what's next? And for a lot of people, that actually does lead to depression. Because it feels like you're living your life, but what are you doing with your life? Then for other people, the issue is they don't feel like they have a purpose to begin with. Or they're so used to having other people choose their purpose for them that they don't know how to choose one themselves. I've been in those boats before. Sometimes it's just easier not to think about it for a while. Continue your daily life in a repetitive motion until you feel like you are ready to think about it. It feels like you've reached the peak of your life, and from there, it only goes downward. Exactly. Like, you did everything you can to achieve what you wanted to do. But now what's next? Feels like it's the highest you can get, right? Because it really is like a high. You feel that high once, then you can't get to that high again. And the only thing you're doing is continuing to try to achieve a similar high. Yeah, I think that's good for the outside. What is this thing? Ew. Air blowgun. I think we need that for the metal. That's probably why it's here. This thing is... It takes a bit of power. I can't tell if this is clean or not. It looks dirty. I guess we'll find out. Open this. Oh god. I mean, that's why we have a thing called midlife crisis, right? You reach a point in your life where you feel like you are the one in control of the reins because you don't have to worry about education anymore. You don't have to worry about anything besides probably making money. But what else do you do with your life now that I have so much more free time? Quotations on so much more. It really depends on financial stability. Because there are people who work several jobs and still don't get enough money for whatever they're doing, for one reason or another. Then there are the people who have a singular job and have way too much time on their hands. The fact that a music teacher told me that is more fitting to the game, true. It is oddly fitting, yes. Well, hopefully they're still happy teaching, assuming that they're still alive. Because I know some teachers, at least that I had in the past, were old, and some of them aren't alive anymore. It's an odd thing to think about, like someone who used to teach you in school no longer being in the same plane of existence. We're gonna try to play this properly after cleaning this bit. I want to hear what this sounds like. Because at least for me, when I was in high school, there was this one teacher who really looked out for people, their students. They were also the one who taught me everything about tech when I was going through that program. He was also the one funding all the tech team stuff with his own money, mind you. He didn't care how much it costed him as long as he could support the students. But unfortunately, he ended up getting cancer. It's always the good people in the world that end up getting cancer and dying young. That's what I noticed. This is cute. So the dad composed this and gave it to us. He's really good at music, it's soothing. Now, keep playing it. Shit. Turn this way. We use this now. Oh. I like music boxes. They're very calming. Now, where am I missing something? I'm wondering if it's one of the little teeth, but maybe not. I think it's on this coil somewhere. Unless it's this bit. No. Is it the wheel? No, the wheel is fine. This is part of the wheel. Okay, now we need to find the 0.07%. In there? Yes, not. Oh, I saw something. It's on key. That's only 0.02%. Think you saw something on the bottom of the box? Where on the bottom? Right here. That's 0.03. We're missing so little. Where art thou the last 0.02? Give everything a little scrub down. Maybe we'll find it by accident. It's such a cute music box, though. You don't tend to see, I forgot what those instruments are called, the things with this on top of them. Because it's usually just the music box itself, you don't have this intricate top part. Vinyl? Yeah, I guess vinyl players do have that. Where? Because we can try dragging this thing around everywhere, but it's gonna take a while because of the charge. It might be on one of these pegs. I think they got all of them. Where is the last spec that I missed? I swear if it's outside somewhere. Probably. My key's clean. Or just like 2 pixels, probably. Unless they're on the block? No, not on the lot. Now let's see how long this takes to find. It's either on the metal bits or it's somewhere on the wood and I can't see it. I have a feeling it could be on the horn. Maybe one of the corners? I just missed a pixel on the crevices. Does anyone see it? Nope, he lost the glasses. Oh no. What did I just hit? I claimed something. Okay, I'll take it. Adora, can we talk for a minute? I'm busy right now. I'm sorry for how I acted. I must have been tired, so I got emotional. Excuses. But it was for your sake, Adora. I don't want you to suffer. You could have chosen a different way to say that. You don't have to say that it's for your sake, because the thing with saying that sentence, it implies that you see yourself as higher than the person you're talking to. Either more knowledgeable or more experienced. It's not a good feeling for the person receiving that. Because in a way it is controlling. You should actually start looking for them. You think you left them at college? You left them in like a lecture room, or? We're truly sorry, you should take the tape she made out of the garbage, ma'am. Exactly, you should listen to it. Right now, things may seem fun and exciting, so you might think that the road ahead will be easy. Someday you'll understand. Look, here's another thing with that, ma'am. At least in my opinion, the best teacher is trauma. Which means, if your kid is doing something stupid, within reason, let them do it. Instead of trying to control them and protect them, let them be stupid, let them be a kid. Let them hurt themselves in a reasonable amount. Because otherwise they won't learn. Either that or they'll start to resent you. That's the thing, you don't have any clue of where you left them? Oh no. So you searched your house and you can't find them. Hopefully they turn up someplace. For now, it would be better if you focused on your studies and kept composing as a hobby. Now that's reasonable. Just say it a little differently. Now I get why you're saying these things. You've never had anything you've truly wanted to do, have you? All you've ever done is live by other people's standards. Adora, you also don't know your mother's story. That's why you don't understand how serious I am, and what it's like to have something you can't live without. If Dad were here, he would have understood me. At least he wouldn't have thrown away my tape like that. It wasn't anything like you. That's emotionally charged. A music box that plays after you wind it. The last gift Dad ever gave me. I deliberately chose the words that would hurt her the most. I thought I had the right to, since she was the one who hurt me first. Okay, here comes a vicious cycle. Mom said nothing during my verbal onslaught. Her silence only fueled my rage, so my words became harsher, crueler, more vicious. Mom coolly took my wrath. After the room fell silent, she left without a single word. Left alone, I picked up the music box and said to myself, "It's okay. That was nothing compared to what she did to me." You two need to talk to each other. Like, it's a very cliché thing to say, but communication is important. You two need to talk to each other. It was a peaceful weekend afternoon. I had started to doze off after putting stickers all over Dad's camera. Now this is younger Adora again. In my half-awake state, I could faintly make out Mom and Dad's voices as they quietly talked. I wanted to keep listening to their conversation, but before long I fell asleep. Okay. We're back to somewhat wholesome. This thing has mushrooms growing out of it. Dad used to take pictures of me and Mom whenever he could. It looks like it still might work if I charge it. I'll try turning it on after cleaning it. She still has like a very slight ooh smile. Very slight. Yeah, this thing, huh. It's been through some shit. Let's get rid of that. That thing gotta stink? Yeah. This camera was white. What happened to it? It's supposed to be like a very bright white plastic. Oh dear lord. So crusty. I used to have one of these type of cameras. Not with a D-pad. I don't know why there's a D-pad on it, but... I had a very old camera that I would take around about this size that used actual film rolls. I think it came with the movie camera that used the cassette tapes. Made in Korea! Wait, is this family Korean? Well, that's ironic. That wasn't intentional. Okay, sure. Oh, that makes it more relatable than I thought. Wonderful. Aside from the dad being cheery, I don't have that. Well, that explains the mother's attitude a bit more. She's an Asian parent. So they are Asian. They're Korean. The thing with Adora, she seems more like a mix, so probably her dad is Korean because he seems more Asian, than her mom might be a mix between two. Ew, that's dirty. Is this on the cameras that the lenses go out? It is. Okay. Yeah, it's a little flashlight too. Anything else interactable? No? Okay. It's like dirty. This camera was supposed to be closed the whole time. How'd the inside get dirty? I wonder where that camera went that I had. We still had, like, the film roll tubes as well. I don't think we went through all of them. It reminds me of those, like, little cube cameras that print out the picture right after they take them. The Polaroids? It'd be fun to do that just while hanging out with friends later on. I like taking pictures, just not of myself. I'd do that at some point if I ever go on a trip, take a Polaroid camera. It's a different experience having digital images versus physical Polaroids. It's hard to share them, but having a physical object gives more meaning to it. Little picture albums. I feel like families these days don't do photo albums as much as they used to do because of digital images and phones. Just the convenience of them. It's nice to leave things like photo albums, though. Go back to the old ways. Like with books, it feels more personal being able to touch the picture or the paper. Exactly. That's also the case with books. Just being able to sit down with a book, ignore everything else, and not strain your eyes with a screen. It feels different. Versus like having a Kindle or something. I think this is just me speaking as someone who never really had any pictures when I was young. If I ever do have children of my own, like in the future, I want to take a lot of pictures of my family. I want to give them something to look back onto. Because there is this odd feeling of emptiness when you don't have anything to look back on. Like, do you remember things from your past? Probably, but there's nothing to really prove that it happened when you don't have images. It's not like you're trying to prove it to yourself or anyone else either. It's just nice to look back on. There might be some bad memories attached to it, but at least it's something. But something's better than nothing. I've always been an artistic type of person when I was growing up. I would make random ass drawings and crafts, scatter them around the house. I'd probably do that for whatever place I'm living at. Leave a bunch of fun things for the kids to look at. That sounds like something I would enjoy. Decorating. My mother used to do that for us, back when things were a bit easier. I say easier, but it's more like when everyone was in denial. My own family life, it's not the best in the world. Denial is probably the easiest way to put it without going into too much detail. So here, that top part looks good now. Let's see, we're still missing quite a bit, so let's try moving things around. Is this fully out? No. It's okay, Coco. Appreciate it. It's something that I just accepted over time. When you live with a family like that, there's not much you can do besides accept it. It's not really a depressing topic for me, it's just something that makes me go, huh. Yeah, it's a bit different than other families, isn't it? Maybe there's a tiny face in there, just staring into your soul. Say cheese, accidentally take a photo with the camera. Nice. Everyone got flashbang there. Acceptance is hard sometimes, so nice you made it. Yeah. From how I see it, at least with that topic, it kind of just came natural to me, because I never tried to really... It's not closing. Wait. There we go. I never actively tried to move past anything. I was always treated as like a middle person in the family. Because I admittedly did grow up in a different environment compared to the other people in my family. I didn't experience the same type of issues or traumas that they did. So in one way, I couldn't understand them for the longest time. In another way, they always kept me at an arm's length because of it. Or at least it felt like that. You closed your eyes, could you teach it again? Sure. Let's see, we need the flash. Say cheese, Seb. Okay, we're missing the tiny bit again. Now, where the hell is the tiny bit? Thanks. You're welcome. Not every day someone asks me to flash them. Is this button? No. Something's not fully clean. Maybe we can use those. I don't think we can mess with anything else. I think that's antique low pixel. Let's see if we can try using this. Take this out. Get all the parts that look like it could still be dirty. Now we're here. Guess I did a decent job with those. Okay, let's take our sponge. Something around here has a speck on it still. We'll find it eventually. I didn't expect this game to maybe have a second part with the pace we're going. So I guess me trying to do everything manually isn't helping with that. Something's dirty and I can't tell what. Maybe on the other side? No. It's always the 0.05, isn't it? Unless it's something with the lens, I doubt it. Can't see it? Yeah, I don't see it. Somewhere. That basically eliminates the lens. Maybe the crack in the sides? Maybe. That would be my next guess. Really zoom in on it. Unless it has something to do with this. Now, the button itself seems fine. This part dated? No. Pretty sure we got all the stickers as well. I don't see it. It's probably a really annoying speck somewhere in the crevices. Of all things that take the longest is a camera. Then again, this looks very annoying to clean in real life. So, fair enough. Why am I not seeing a spec? If I zoom out, no, it does not make the vacuum bigger. That's unfortunate. Using all the stickers? No. The thing with the object, it also has like the lighting gradient, which makes it harder to see tiny specks. You would think it's something to do with the lens or the flash. You would think. Okay. What was the toggle again? I do not remember. Do I want to use hint? Are we at the point where we need the hint? Because otherwise we're gonna be stuck here for a while. Okay, where am I missing? Oh, come on! It was a tiny-ass speck. How many hints do you have? I think it's just... like the Dirdo vision that you have in... like Power Washing Sim. It was on the Flash, though. Adora, did you finish your homework? Shh, she fell asleep after playing with the camera again. She really does love it. She's interested in so many things, like music and writing. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, huh? Oh, fuck off, I'm pretty sure you brushed there. I'm pretty sure I did, too. But apparently not. I only hope that she doesn't become like me. Oh. You still have regrets about back then. You know, I thought you were so beautifully radiant. It's all in the past now. I was naive and foolishly chasing what was only a dream. Now I'm awake and live in reality. Let's not talk about this anymore, alright? Alright. I guess they met in college? And now discontinued digital camera. It is decorated with stickers that I had stuck on as a child. The camera contained a recording that I had never seen before. And I pressed the record button while I was asleep. The slanted video captured a long conversation between Mom and Dad. I found it difficult to understand. The Mom I knew had always seemed so ordinary. Suddenly I realized that perhaps the words I had so aggressively thrown at her that day meant more than I had thought. That moment kept playing over and over in my mind. How silently she stood before my anger. How silently she had left the room, followed only by the sound of the door closing. Those gotta be the strongest stickers ever. They kept there with mushrooms growing out of the camera. And they were pristine, too. What she dreamed of. How many do we have to go? We're almost done. We can push until the end, right? Right. Let's make it a slightly longer stream, it's fine. Where that dream now resides. Only Mom's room was left. Finally. Holding the old doorknob, I felt as if I were about to meet Mom herself after all this time. Her room was filled with boxes, all neatly labeled and sorted by purpose. Somehow it seemed like she knew she wouldn't be coming back. One box in particular caught my attention. Things I couldn't throw away. This box contained many trophies that I had never seen before. She used to be a writer. Where did she get all of these from? I really don't know anything about Mom. Because y'all never talked. They never had a conversation about life. Okay, so we have all the tools. This is glass. Understood. So note to self, probably have to go back to the camera for whatever achievement requires me to not use hints. That's a thing for later. I have to like brace my legs on the sides of the bottom of this table because I'm using a very jank table for my setup. And the back and forth motion I have to do with my mouse is shaking everything, so I have to brace it. Otherwise, the creaky noises. It's gonna sound sus otherwise. So the mother had dreams she gave up on for one reason or another. Guess we're gonna find out what or why. This looks exactly like the symbol I saw in the teacup. Lily.N. TWG. I guess it was some type of competition or organization she was a part of for children in writing. Probably got this while she was in high school to college level, based off of the conversation she was having with her dad. New VTube character? Tanta! Haven't seen you in ages! It's nice to see you again. Welcome back to the chat. How are you doing? You have been not existing for ages? Are you okay? Has life been treating you not favorably? Or just been busy? Either way, hopefully things are going well. Life's been doing this for a long time. Oh. You want a hug, Tonto? Hopefully things start looking up. In the past 3 months, you've been to 3 funerals. Oh gosh. Life's been a thing, hasn't it? Well, yeah, my condolences. Funerals are never fun. Hopefully things start looking up sooner than later. Hope everything goes better. Somehow got tonsillitis and pneumonia. Oh god. Life's not treating you well. I am not well versed in those two specifically, but hopefully things get better for you. Though your mid-sems got over today. For, like, university or college. Tonsillitis is swelling of tonsils. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. I've had inflated tonsils before, as well as, like, tonsil stone issues in the past, so you have my empathy with that. Hopefully that gets better. Usually, from what I can tell, that's caused by a lot of stress. It gets worse with stress, so probably played a factor in that. The tonsils got better? That's good. Pneumonia is inflammation of air sacs in your lungs, and sometimes they get filled with fluid. Oh, it's that one. The dangerous, not fun one. Understood. You ate so much ice cream you got sick. You get a head pat, Tonto. Maybe lay off the ice cream for a bit. I mean, I get sick if I eat too much ice cream because it's too much dairy then versus what my body can handle, but you're eating bread and Nutella now? Okay, that sounds good. Nutella's good. Is that more healthy than ice cream? I guess it depends on how much Nutella you're putting onto it. Don't know, but everything with moderation. Don't want another ice cream thing happening. That's the key. Yep. And as most things, we're missing a 0.05 somewhere. First meal of the day? Hey, you can cheat a little with the first meal of the day. Considering most people's breakfast options are technically desserts. Might as well treat yourself a little. Especially if you know the day's gonna go a bit unsavory. It's 12 p.m. That's about lunch then. To be completely fair, I'm one of the people who usually only have 2 meals a day compared to 3. So, having lunch at 12, that's reasonable. I was never really a breakfast person. I don't like waking up early in general. But I like breakfast foods. Nothing wrong with having breakfast at lunch. You eat like one usually, with some snacks in between? I used to do that when I was in college, so I can't say shit. You only wake up early because of college? Same. Otherwise, I wouldn't wake up early. Unless I had, like, a reason to wake up, I refuse to wake up early. It's only if I have some other type of obligation that maybe. We're young Adora again. Dad, what's that? A trophy? Yep, I got this for winning first place in a math competition. Cool, huh? Wow. Does Mom know? Well, there's no way you wouldn't show her something this cool. Of course she knows. I brag about it all the time. But then she looked at me with that sullen look and bring the box. The box? Adora, how about a snack? We have cheesecake. Dad, don't change the subject. The cozy cleaning game can't hurt us exactly. Definitely not trauma-induced family drama. A trophy I had never seen before. Writing competition. First place. Lily Mayer. It has the same symbol as a teacup. She was a pretty good writer if she got first. I guess she gave up on that dream then. So this was the box that Dad had mentioned. I took out a few trophies and read their plates. School writing competition, winner. Youth's short story competition, excellence award. Novel contest, first place. All for Lily Mayer. Drink the waters. This game really feels like an autobiography. Honestly, it might be. I didn't read, like, the creator notes or author notes, but it might be based off of their own story or someone that they knew. Just came back, what did you miss? I'm voting for chat now. We won't be able to hear it, though. You're gonna go watch YouTube and eat chocos? Alright. Eat your chocos, have fun on the YouTube end. More depressing stuff? I appreciate you stopping by, Tonto. Hopefully things get better for you. You're in Dima's walls. Did you hear that moan over there? How good of a moan was it? These accolades demonstrated how much she had achieved, and they were proof of the dream Mom once had. She was talented enough to win all of these awards. Why didn't she pursue writing as a career? Thank you for the lurkies, Santo. And why did she stop me from chasing my dreams so badly? One after another, thoughts endlessly flowed through my mind. What does it say? To you who has a dream. XX0413. Huh. A typewriter. That's gotta be hell to clean. Our last moment. This is gonna be painful to clean, isn't it? Things are never the same after Mom threw away my cassette tape. I couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. This animosity persisted after high school. As I left home to study music at a distant university. So that was during high school. This is during college, I guess. I told myself I wouldn't call her until I had succeeded. She died before you could call her, didn't she? That trophy was a weird wait, that was a weird shape for a trophy, just noticed. I mean, it was like in the shape of a writing pen, but it was a bit sus. Back then, I believed that once I graduated university, success would easily find its way to me. However, just as Mom had warned, the world was much colder than I had thought. Awards and words of praise became more and more meaningless. She's becoming more like her mom. The further I drifted from success, the more I avoided calling Mom. I could already hear what she'd say. That's why I told you to stop. I told you it'd be a waste of time. I wasn't ready to hear those words to my face. Even after I had to change my phone number, I couldn't bring myself to call her. Oh, no. So even if the mom wanted to contact her, she couldn't. She completely cut her off her mom. After some time, I received an unexpected call from my aunt. Mom had passed away. They never talked to each other after that point. I thought I'd be able to call her anytime I wanted, but I didn't have the courage to. That would mean I'd have to admit she was right all along. And now it's too late. And that's a reminder to call or check in on people that you care about, who you haven't talked to in a while, because you never know when you won't be able to. I've heard other people say that as well, at least for the people who don't live with their parents. Make sure to check in on them, because you never know what might happen. I used to have a friend back in the day. That reminded me of that. We didn't have the best fallout. Emphasis on fallout. But they ended up reaching out to me later on in life, after years. And we actually get along pretty well now. But sometimes you get contacted by people you least expect at points of your life that are interesting. Fallout, the apocalyptic game? Sure. It was as equal to apocalyptic as you can get in terms of friendship. We didn't have a normal friendship, to say the least. There wasn't really a label that fit us back then. But to put it simply, we used each other a lot. It was never a healthy friendship. And of course, it was back in middle school when people were still trying to figure out who they were. And a lot of people still don't know who they are now. Besides the people who have been thinking about that for years. I'd say I understand myself pretty well, and so does that person at this point. So we talked about it like adults. And loosely, we're somehow friends again. So I guess things worked out. We just gave each other some trauma in the process. We both learned from our mistakes though, so that's the important part. At least we didn't hurt other people in the process while doing that. At least you saw it in a mature way, true. There are some people who don't, and when they have a fallout, like we see on Twitter these days, they end up posting a Google Docie. That's not how you do it. That's probably the most high school musical drama method you can do. Like, everyone can be adults if they try, just talk it out in private. There are ways to do it like that. If there's no way to contact them yourself, try to get a middleman, an intermediary, as people say. Otherwise, just move on if they're not part of your life anymore. Who knows, you might get a chance to sort things out later in life like I did. Completely randomly. Nelly posted a Google Document on your birthday about you. It was very funny. The thing with that sounds like something she would do as a joke. Like, legitimately. Does that Google Doc still exist? That sounds very funny to read. I'm curious what she put. If she actually did that. You'd have to check your Twitter? Fair enough. That looks like a dirt speck, but apparently not. Okay. Get on the nooks and crannies. Should be the side done. And up here. I'd appreciate if this antique typewriter wasn't as antique. There's a lot of things that I can miss while cleaning. This one is even harder because there are unpainted parts on the wood that look like stains exactly. Now I'm just paranoid which parts I cleaned and which ones I haven't. We'll do the tarp part later. Let's do the keys. Nope. Something moves. Wait, the top moves. No, that's another thing to clean, isn't it? No. Let's get this brace part. Crap, exactly. Yeah, look at that. That was hiding back there. Okay. Then get different angles. I think the keys are good for now. They seem good. Yeah, then the upper part. I don't know what these knobs are for, but sure. They're here to annoy me, that's why they're here. They're here to make my life hard. So two knobs. And vent. Get every angle for these. Okay, gotta go. It's nice being here and being dumb. I appreciate you stopping by. You weren't being dumb. You were being lovely. It's always nice having you in chat. Hopefully you get some nice resties, nice sleepies for the following day. Also can't find the dock, Sally? Oh. Well, if it still exists, it exists. If not, oh well. And by lurkers, you scare me. And what do lurkers do to you? They're just existing and staring menacingly in the distance. Okay, we need to move the typewriter a bit. Up, up, up. Come on. Let's... Status max. Okay, we have this part to clean. You're gonna goon to the lurkers? They may leave the lurkers alone. They're lurking for a reason. They don't want to be perceived. Either that or they're busy. See here. Get that. And spam the keys. Press the typewriter keys 5 times. Sure. Get this part. And then we guess we're gonna be left with like a 0.05 again. No, we're missing more. Oh no. That's not good. Huh. Where? Bottom of the handle? Oh, it's a little bit there. I don't know if I cleaned the handle properly. Do that real quick. Yeah, there is definitely some dirt there. 0.15. I don't know if that's better. The ass will be seen if they want it or not. No. Don't yoink their ass. You know, I didn't take that much time on these little things, so maybe here? I think I just saw some dirt. Either that or I'm hallucinating. Either one is possible. Okay, let's use the hint feature. Oh, there's quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I would have gotten that by myself. Here and here. This one's a little too tedious to go through every single edge. Anything else? Back here. There you go. It was edging you? Yes, it was. Unexceptional. Are you leaving? If I don't go now, I'll be late for my flight. You have a lot of luggage. I'll drive you to the airport. It's fine. I know you're busy. I'll be going now. Adora. That was the last time they talked. A typewriter that looks like a prop from a black and white film. It seems that Mom typed her stories on it. It's old. Come to think of it, that was the last conversation we ever had. I had left without looking back, determined to return only when I had succeeded. I wanted to prove Mom wrong. But that door I shut so firmly never opened again. Almost as old as me. Oi. I'm not that old. I'm not typewriter old. I opened the small drawer at the bottom of the typewriter. Inside were sheets of paper and the attic key. Most of the papers are stories that Mom had written. The rest seemed to be contracts. Older. Now. I've never seen a typewriter before, actually. Among the papers were a few letters that began with the salutation, "Dear Mrs. Lily Mayer." I picked up a letter that was filled with writing. "You're that old, damn. Now. Dear Mrs. Lily Mayer, it's been some time since I last penned a letter to you. I recall in your previous letters that you have been a fan of mine for some time now. I want to let you know that I read the story you sent this time as well. Please understand that I say this for your sake." Oh, so she was on the receiving end of that statement as well. It really was a vicious cycle, wasn't it? She heard it from someone she admired, then she gave it to us in return. I've read your works for a long time now, and they lack any aspect of exceptionality. Certainly, you could make a livelihood out of your writing, but I doubt that standard alone would be satisfactory for you. I understand your desire to be a writer. However, discretion is sometimes the better part of valor. I believe that your time would be better spent in another field of work. I truly apologize for conveying these words much too late. Sincerely, Elise. The company that made the ink? Or was it a person? Because that was the name on the ink from earlier. So she got talked down to by someone she looked up to. She's older than the typewriter chat? I don't know about that. Oh, that's another pain to clean. Words left unsaid. I'm guessing the very last thing we need to clean is the attic key. You are? No, I'm not. This is the name of Mom's favorite writer. The writer she admired. The one who might have even inspired her to pursue writing. I couldn't begin to imagine how I'd feel if someone I respected told me to give up. I imagined Mom opening the letter, hoping to find praise or encouragement. But the further she read, the greater the despair on her face. I love generational trauma. If a composer I admired had said the same to me, I wouldn't have been able to take it either. So, like, if her dad said that to her, then. What's growing out of the other buttons? That's a very different shade of blue than what this looks like. This thing's rusted over. Give it a good clean. Good scrub. I would enjoy cleaning like this in real life. If it was this easy. I enjoy cleaning things like objects, but it's a lot harder in real life than what this game implies. You can't just take a sponge and get rid of all the dirt this easily. I don't think I ever broke down the reasons why I like cleaning. The thing with my own brain, I like breaking things down to understand myself. I don't think I ever broke that part down. Let's see here. Repetitive motions are a thing. That is something I enjoy. Probably also because it occupies my brain, my silent acid brain, into doing something. That, and I don't have to use energy to socialize if I'm cleaning. I have an excuse. And also the feeling of accomplishment once done. I feel like that's a lot of people, though. Because cleaning is one of those things where you feel like you have to do instead of you want to do, unless you enjoy it. These things dirty. Okay, switch to the brush. Where to start with? Let's do the base. The background music's very nice for this game. I don't think I commented on it. I like atmospheric, soft piano type music when doing this type of thing. It has a melancholic feel to it. I wouldn't say it's sad, it's just reminiscent, almost. Does that make me a sad person if I like melancholy music? Mayhaps. No. There's a specific feel to melancholy music. Does it make me feel old? Sometimes. But it makes my brain think of the past. I think that is the intention. That was the feel they were trying to go for, based on the story that we're seeing here. It's very fitting. It's always good when the music fits what they're trying to do. Because I am... nah. I'm not that old. Let's give it a good rim job, Sally. I don't remember where we started. We started somewhere. There's still more to go. That room was a bit dirty right there. I keep forgetting I can technically move this around. I've been just dealing with the default view this whole time. Like an idiot. And that should be the whole room. There you go. And get the cracks. I don't know what these stains are. What would cause that? I don't think I should ask that question. I don't know if I want to know that. Let's do this. It looks like coffee spill stains, almost. Why would you spill coffee on your telephone? Get around these things. we started on the back, therefore we go up from here. I wonder how many people in chat would enjoy playing these type of games versus watching them. Not even chat, but also the YouTube side of things. Because my YouTube demographic versus Twitch is very different for what type of content they like watching. Which makes sense. YouTube has a different sort of people and different types of content people search for. I see the other side of this. Yes, I can. Very hard to get in there, but let's press that. Get these before I forget about them. There we go. I don't know what these buttons are for. I never used a rotary phone in my life. I know how to use them. I never used it though. I had like a toy rotary phone. As a lot of people did who grew up back then. I wonder what it felt like growing up in the age that people actually used rotary phones back when. They had to connect a bunch of wires in a station to connect people to calls. It was a different era. In some cases, a lot of older people, from what I've seen with like interviews and stuff, they preferred how it was back then. The main question they always get asked is if you could choose which era to grow up in, would you still grow up in the era that you did? And all of them say yes. All of them prefer the older eras. Do I remember it fondly? I'm not that old. Do I remember my own era, like childhood era fondly? Yes, actually. I feel bad for the new generation and how they tend to grow up these days. They don't get to experience life in the same way. Not nearly. It's so much different than how it used to be. Not in good ways either. I've expressed this before on stream. I don't like how parents, like young parents, just give a child a tablet and call it good. I don't like that. There's no emotional connection, there's no hand-eye coordination building, there's no thinking involved. It's just a bunch of brain rot. If you're gonna have a child, at least try to be actively parenting. Be emotionally there for them. I have a lot of opinions when it comes to parenting and children in general, and how to approach being a parent. Partially because of my own experiences with my parents, as well as seeing other people and how they grew up. I'm very much opinionated with that aspect of life. If I'm disagreeing with someone on anything, it's probably that. Like, actively disagreeing and not trying to talk in a way that avoids conflict. Because my way of speaking is very passive. The people who know me might notice that. I try my best to not say things that can lead to conflict, but there are certain topics that I will not do that as much. That is one of them. I feel like everyone has those type of topics, the ones they're more sensitive or more opinionated in. One of your bosses said you're very blunt and they like that. Being blunt is a good thing. Here's the thing with being passive and bending over, as you'll say. Sometimes people need to be put in their place, or they need an actual, like, constructive opinion. That's when being blunt is useful. I am situationally blunt. I can be very ass blunt. It's the issue of being blunt to the point that you're actively hurting someone when you can choose to not to, and still be blunt in a nicer way. There's different types of blunt. I like being nice blunt. That's a good way to put my personality. I'm a nice type of blunt. The other thing with me, there isn't really a topic that's off limits for me. If someone wants to talk about that, I'll talk about it unless I know nothing about it. At that point, I'm a listener. Because there's one thing giving an opinion when you know about a topic, and there's another thing where you're spewing things out of your ass because you have no idea what's being talked about. Sometimes not giving an opinion is better than giving an incorrect opinion. Because you might not know what you're saying yourself, and it might mean the opposite of what you would actually say if you knew what you're talking about. I've had a few people like that before, when I would talk to them, and they don't know what the hell the topic is about, but they want to be included. They want to be heard. They want attention, so they just say something without actually meaning it. And sometimes they say the wrong things and hurt people. That's how you start misunderstandings, in the worst way possible. Sound like Twitter? Yeah. And other things you shouldn't get into? Mm-hmm. That's just how it be. Okay, we're missing quite a bit. We're just gonna do this. Look at all that. It's really hard to get into that corner. Of course I missed it. Even with the grime vision, it's hard to get in there. Okay, it's time for the gun. I accidentally clicked my window. Step this side. Look at that. Even the gun doesn't get all of it. Come on. Is there a way to take the phone off? Yeah, that would explain it. Probably should have tried that earlier. parts? What else are we missing? Over there. I got the bottom clean, for the most part. Yeah, bits and pieces in the numbers. Does this rotate? Of course it does. Of course it rotates. Oh, it doesn't stay rotated. You're clean. You get a box. Come on, stay where you're supposed to be. Is there a way to take this off? I don't think so. Okay, rotate it all the way. There you go. I call first. Call recorded on February 19th. I think I'll be admitted to the hospital soon. Can you help me? Tidy up the house. Please. Don't have anyone else I can ask to do this. Lily, don't say that. I still have the spare key, so I'll go by when I have time. Thank you. Before you come, I'll put away things like the trophies. It's strange, isn't it? Back then, I was so desperate to forget everything. But when I was cleaning the house and saw my typewriter and all those trophies, I remember the days when I wrote so happily. Why do we only realize how precious something is after we lose it? Writing and Adora. That one! It's relatable. Lily, have you called Adora? I tried calling her 2 days ago, but she didn't answer. Maybe she changed her number. You would be right. I left a voicemail, but I'm not sure if she heard it. If I were brave enough to call her sooner, would we still be in touch right now? Back then, I thought the best thing to do was give her time. Gave her too much time. A landline phone. By calling a specific date, you can hear recordings from that day. Huh. Oh. More depression. The call was between Mom and my aunt. From her voice and coughing, I could hear how difficult it was for Mom to talk. After I left home, my pride and drive to prove myself held me back from contacting Mom. All this time, I never once thought about how Mom must have felt. I didn't think that she would regret what she had done, nor did I know what she had called me. Or did I know that she had called me? If I had just called her when I changed my number. If only. Chapter 4, nevertheless. A letter from the past. That's the attic key. As I looked at the old attic key that I found in Mom's typewriter, it reminded me of the excuse that brought me back home, finding my aunt's necklace. Maybe she knew everything and sent me here on purpose. I held the rusty key in my hand. It felt cold and hard, but somehow also warm. As I cleaned the key, Mom and Auntie's conversation continued. It's gonna be playing in the back. I felt like I was looking at myself. When Adora said that someone had called her talented, she was just like my young, naive self. It was too painful to see her talking with those bright eyes, full of hope. At that moment, I wasn't looking at Adora, but rather the child I used to be. You don't need to project yourself onto your kid. If you've been through what she was going through, and you knew how being harsh could affect her mentally, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, that's the gold key, I couldn't tell. The thing with vicious cycles, you know what it's like to experience being on the receiving end. Yet you still do it because that's the only thing you know how to do. Based off of what you've been through yourself. Unless you are actively trying to be different. I think everyone can be different if they try. Everyone can change themselves if they try hard enough. If they really want to change. I can say that off of my own experiences as well as seeing other people do that. I've known a lot of people who were considered not good people back when I knew them. But they've all changed for the better, for the most part. There are a few that haven't. But a lot of them. You can see the effort they put into being a better person. And I think that's an important part. I've had a lot of people tell me that I'm way too forgiving as a person. In some cases, that might be true. But there's nothing wrong with believing in a person if they actively show reason to believe in them. At least that's what I usually tell people who say that. Very intricate key. I used to have a key like this, actually. We have a very old cabinet in our house. Bigger than the ones with all the VHS tapes. It's like a very antique cabinet. It had a similar key to this. I wonder if that's also a different color. It looks rusted over. Don't know where that key went. I still have the cabinet. It's probably somewhere. I think I know where the key is, actually. It's one of those cabinets where it's your parents and you don't touch it. We always have those type of cabinets or rooms in our parents' house. It's like, those are the parents. You don't mess with that. Otherwise you get in trouble, or it feels like that anyways. No touchy. Okay, what am I missing? It's back here. Clean all the objects 100%. No Goonie, exactly. The attic key that I found inside the typewriter. What will I find in the attic? The recording ended with a violent cough from Mom. I was left stunned, my heart painfully heavy. After some time, I collected myself and headed to the attic, with key in tow. The attic had always been Mom's private space. When I snuck in as a child, it looked more like a storage room than somewhere fun, so I often wondered why Mom liked using it. As if to answer that question from my childhood, I found an old desk and chair in one corner of the room. On the desk laid a necklace and a dusty journal with an all too familiar name. If I never came back to this house and cleaned it, if I had left those mementos undisturbed beneath dust, I would have never learned about Mom's true feelings. I had a feeling that this diary had been waiting here all this time. Just for me. I carefully brushed away the thick dust and opened it. The music's so nice. That day, when Adora handed me her tape with such excitement on her face, I could see the hope in her eyes. That innocent face, certain she could realize her dream. I knew that face well. Her mother's like one of those people who they write down everything they're feeling, but they can't say it to the people that need to hear it. I was afraid that she would curse her wasted years and regret everything. I need to stop this now. For her sake, I chose to be harsh. I believe that her hating me was the lesser of two evils. That one feels a little too real for me. I had a friend back in the day that I cut off in a way that was not the best. That reminds me a lot about what happened back then. The choices I made back then are probably one of the only things I ever regretted. Because I'm not someone who regrets easily. I don't really dwell on the past as much as other people do. They're more so lessons learned, but if I ever regretted something, it would be that. When I started to tidy up Adora's belongings, I was able to see the remnants of her dreams in my hands. Through them, I could feel her sorrows and joys. That was when I looked back on my past. My younger self, who I had thought naive and foolish, was shining as brilliantly as those traces of Adora. I've wanted to tell her my true feelings, but I can't reach her anymore. All I can do is wait. I hope you return one day, so I can tell you this. Adora, it was thanks to you that I was able to face myself again. Even though I was ashamed of my past, I was happy to see a part of myself in you. I had hurt you so gravely, yet you brought me comfort. I should have said this to you sooner. No matter what path you choose to walk, no matter how you live your life, I will always love and support you. It's her tape. Mom's diary ended there. After closing it, I noticed a letter lying on a corner of the desk. There was also something I thought I'd never see again. The cassette tape that I recorded my first song on. I put the tape into the cassette player and opened the envelope. The letter inside contained lyrics which seemed to accompany my song. I slowly recited Mom's lyrics. My novice melody and her poetic verses complemented each other well, as if they had always been together from the very start. What would you do to see those lost birds once again? Looking above, your eyes dance with the dawning sky. Gleaming with hope, they were clear as crystal. Was it me who dusted everything? Bright in my dream, you're singing to the moon and the stars. You've been lighting up my room behind you. Is that the game? Credits time? Yeah, credits time. That's very depressing, Jesus. Oh, we get to see her sing. We get to hear it. How quiet is this?
What can I do to hear them sing? Would you
We get to see all the objects pass by.
or search through lonely streams? If there's any chance to see them once again. Looking above, your eyes dance with a dawning sky. Gleaming with hope, they were clear as crystal. Was it me who dusted everything right in my dream?
This is Dora singing. She has a lovely voice.
Moon and stars, even lighting up my room behind you. Will you be back to see your lemon trees in bloom? Will you be there to hold my hand? And we walk through hills and towns, or run through crowded streets. If you have some time to see me once again.
They have a pretty large team.
Looking above, your eyes dance with a dawning sky. Gleaming with hope, they were clear as crystal.
That's a lot of languages, damn. You don't really see that often in indie games.
Right in my dream, you're singing to the moon and stars, even lighting up my room behind.
That's a lot of Koreans. Who the hell's name is 20chan? The developers seem to be Korean. This could be actually one of the devs' actual story then. Thank you for playing Undusted Letters from the Past. Yay. It's depressing, but it's cute. Oh, we have the mother now. Oh, that's a nice touch. Mother's with us now. Was she smiling at the start? I don't remember if she was. I need to check back later. I need to know if she was smiling at the start. She's smiling now. Oh, that's so nice. I like it when the menu changes to reflect what you've done. That was depressingly wholesome. I like that game. Here, how many people do we have with currently? The usual suspects. Okay, well, that was Undusted Letters from the Past. It was a lot better than I expected, honestly. I can see why it won, like the Cozy Game of the Year thing. I don't remember if it was on Steam Awards or something else, but it did have that. Actually, I could bring up the Steam page. Let's check. It was nominated for a Sit Back and Relax award on Steam. Okay. It was definitely relaxing. I liked it a lot. This might be a game I go back to on my own time just to get 100% because I think how many achievements did we get? I got 28 out of 36. What are we missing? Listen to the drum echo in the MIDI controller. Oh, we didn't mess with the MIDI controller enough. While hints are unavailable, try to use them 3 times. Okay, so we need to do that on the very start. Turn the snow globe into a winter wonderland. We didn't shake it enough. Listen to the Easter egg recorded on the telephone. We didn't mess with the buttons enough. Clean any object to 100% using only the air blowgun. That's gonna take forever. Clean all items to 100% using only the sponge and toothbrush. Details for each achievement. So there's 2 hidden still. I'm curious, what are they? Is this? Clear the hidden object. Is there a new object now? Play notes in order on the ocarina. So we need to play music. Okay, I'm curious. What hidden object? Oh, 17? Okay, maybe we're not done. One more time. It's the pendant that was on the table. One more. It's so simple. Drink some water before we start this. So after this, we should be good. And everything else I'm probably gonna do off stream. Because I'm gonna drive myself insane using a blowgun on any of those objects. Is that the lily flower? Is that what it is? Would make sense. Give it a good rub. At least this one's simple to clean. It's a very small object. What does this say? Everlasting. Isn't that one of the other objects said as well on the back? I'm pretty sure we had another one that said everlasting. Unless I'm gaslighting myself, that's possible. this way? Etched in heart. Yeah, we also saw that on another object. Was this something between the dad and the mom? Because it's like an anniversary thing. Now we get to have it. A mirror? What is this? No, that's an image. You can see a very faint outline. Oh, it's like super grimy. Oh, it's us. It's us with the mom. Oh, is that the dad? Did she take a picture of us when we weren't looking? There's also dad. She kept us with her. It's baby. It is baby. He did the bunny ears again. Hey, we were playing the turtle ocarina. Okay, where the hell am I missing point to? Point 1. Crevice there, crevice there. And the crevice there. There we go. The pendant. That's cute. The pendant Mom always wore. It's the first time I looked inside. She did care about her family, she just didn't show in the best way. That's a nice secret item. It's a good way to wrap up. Aw. Okay, that one made it even better. Good thing I checked the achievements. Well, now I get to do the other achievements in my own time. Also, I wasn't wrong about the title. This is a game about needing therapy. You're just giving generational therapy to... not therapy, trauma. You're giving generational trauma to your kid. Generational therapy? What would that be like? Okay, let's move over to the other screen. Or, we can stay on this screen. Yeah, we can stay here. Don't know how loud the music's a bit loud, but whatever. This is the therapy I got from your grandfather and his father before his. I feel like that wouldn't be the best therapy depending on who you're getting it from. It's like, you got the same trauma? Let me sit you down and talk to you about a bit of the past. We can share this trauma together. Get some group therapy, you know? Okay. So I will be back technically today again. What are we doing, Duma? I'm gonna imagine the same like time range as usual, from anywhere from 4 p.m. PTD to like 6, depending on when I wake up and what you want to do beforehand. We'll figure it out. Yep. Okay. For your time? Alrighty. Hey, I actually woke up early today. I just went back to sleep because I woke up and I was like, I feel oddly awake. Let's try facing face down into the pillow and see what happens. It goes back to sleep in 10 minutes. It's like, yeah, it's too early. Does masturbating before together count? No? Question mark? Count towards what? Huh? Is that what you want to do beforehand? Oh, so on stream, yeah, it's gonna be a fansly stream. Anyways, we'll figure it out what happens then. Then next week's gonna be really busy, as I mentioned from the start. We'll cover that near the end of next stream. Anyway, that was Undusted Letters of the Past. I gave it a solid depression out of 10. It was nice. So hopefully everyone has a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care of yourselves. Appreciate everyone that stopped by, especially the lurkers. I'll be back at question mark time from 4 p.m. PTD to whenever we start. So until then, I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye.